Ladies and gentlemen, doors will be closing in 5 minutes. Doors closing in 5 minutes, please. Thank you.
Bala Yeri agus fáilteach Institút Technoliachta Chlíigí go Franúna ionintach síimseachta. Bhí scór na nógan in seocha ba seachta nach chuin inneomh sé am go scór na síintir os ar ggóir tá dúchláin cumartaí agus ar nó neartnar tíimseachta. Tá náman is tús chuir le himachtaí ach gámaidir ag banantí cáte butléir.
A gcuoine uaisle. Fáil se romh go dtí babhta canis na hÉireann scór síonseir 2018. Ar san coiste náisiúnta scór, coiste scór connachta agus coiste scór chluigeí bháil an fáilte a chur roimh gach duine go dtí an Institút Technoliachta anseo isligach. Tá na homathirí is fearr ó ceann na tíre bailíthe anseo inniu, agus guím gach rá orthú inniu. Tá roinnt íana linn inniu, sé sin chum fáilte roimh Seán O'Horan, uachtar an Cumanú Clascail agus a bhain céile Pála, Anton McGowan, caithfhiorla coiste scór náisiúnta agus a bhain céile Bernie, Diarmaid O'Sullivan, caithfhiorla Comhairle na Muin agus a bhain céile Garódín, Mícheál Hosán, caithfhiorla Comhairle Ulla agus a bhain céile Nolín, agus Garrod McSauron, caithfhiorla Comhairle Connachta. So, Gurmagov agus fáilte anseo, I'd like to welcome everybody here to the All-Ireland final of Scór Síonseir 2018. And you're all very welcome to the Institute of Technology in Sligo. I've welcomed our distinguished guests, Seán O'Horan, the President of the GAA, Anton McGowan, and the Chairperson of the Scór National Committee, Diarmaid O'Sullivan, the Chairperson of Munster Council, Mícheál Hosán, of the Chairperson of the Ulster Council, and Jerry McGovern, Chairperson of the Connacht Council. I'd also like to welcome our Multhury today, and I'll introduce them before each competition. Just a reminder that in the unlikely event of an emergency, our exits are on my left and on my right, and straight down through the centre of the hall. As is customary in an event like this, I would ask everyone to please check that their mobile phone is now silent. And also, I'd ask people to remain seated throughout the competition and to give the utmost respect and cueness to all of our competitors. They've practiced particularly hard, and we want to give them every chance as they take part in the competition. At this point, I'd like to welcome Caroline Spears of Cumann Drumdá here in Gundalichma, and Caroline will sing for us Aurán na Bhíon. Curgi fáilte ribh Caroline. Ag seascaí le haig Aurán na Bhíon.
Fall a thof we al egeren wind our slew art in the ronic wen we watch vesser shan sheer or shin share cheer on off in thrall and up the hymns of Arna Bwell like yonder gwell hung bosh no sail like only scrag we love a knapple shall live honey
Before we continue with the competition, firstly I'll just introduce myself. My name is Cathy Butler, and I'm from the St Mary's Club in Carrick-on-Shannon in County Leitrim, and I'll be your banantee for the evening, so we'll hopefully keep proceedings moving at a fairly lively pace. Also, at this point, I'll just give you a chance to get your vocal cords warmed up and your cheering started. So if I can get a shout from the Munster crowd before we start. Let's see where you sit. Thank God they all made it anyway. And I'm with dinner bit and shot o Cúiga Ola. Anwa, agus dinner bit o Cúiga Lion. Aintach agus céir faoin muinte na háte Cúiga Connachta. Right, Sir Fad. So I hope that continues that level of support right throughout the afternoon. Tásóid leis an gomórtas Rinca Fórna, agus siad na ceoltóirí tá gin inniu ná Brona Graham, Stephen Doherty agus Tom Doherty, agus by si the Jenna Chunlacan don Rinca, I go Rinca Fórna agus Rinca Set inniu. So our ceoltóirí from Cundaweo for our dancing competitions. And our multor for the competition, the Rinca Fórna, is Laura Ní Crosán ó Cundalítremas. So Curragh Fáilte Riv, Laura agus na ceoltóirí cumá. Agus leis sin chuirmis tús leis an gomórtas agus tá an céad grúpa réile tosú an seo agus ó Hebrideoran tá an Caisleán nua ag Glacapart agus by na Calní seo ag Rinca the Cross Reel. So Curragh Fáilte Riv an Caisleán nua ó Cunda Hebrideoran. gur maithagah an Caisleán nua. Anis ag rinca ar son cuaige ulla tá Washi Grahams ó chun le gura, agus ba si siúd ag rinca the three tunes. So chuirgi fáilte bhór rih Washi Grahams. Washi Grahams. Bogamicharai Gudi Kuiga Lion Anish, and just before we move on to our next competitor in the Rinca Forna, could I ask all of the competitors for the Comorthus Aroniot Erner to come to the green room, please. Agus Anish ag Rinca ar son Kuiga Lion, Tá Nadunta o Kunda na Hirvi. Nadunta will dance the 8-hand reel to Kurgi Falcha Riv Nadunta. gur maithagah na dunnta. Sin deire leis an gomórtas rinca fórna agus bogad Ryanis go dtí an comórtas aráníocht éanair. Firstly, we move to Cúige Ulla agus a canna ar son an gurtín Néamh-Pádraig chun the Huron tá Dervla Scallan, and Dervla will sing Our Own Rebel Hero. Again, just a reminder that this is a solo competition, so if we could ask everyone to remain seated and to be as quiet as possible for the duration of all performances, but particularly the solo performances. Our multor for the Aráníocht Éanair today is Karen Trench ó Cundaig Keary. Another minute? So clear bus to go Dervla.
You can sing of James Connolly and brave men like Pearse who fought a rebellion for a free Irish race. But the leader among them, long kept in the dark, is our own rebel hero, the bold Thomas Clark. Raised up in Dungannon in the county Tyrone, where all there is youth was this bold rebel's home, and with his brave comrades in the old IRB, he started his fight that this land might be free. Through his life as a rebel, he did undergo the cruelest of torture that mankind could know. 15 years penal servitude, silent and dark, went that true son of Ireland, the bold Thomas Clark. From his small shop in Dublin he worked day and night to rally the people against England's might. They had once tried to break him, his spirit to kill, but our own Thomas Clark was unconquered and well. In the year of 16 it all came to a head when our own rebel hero, he rose from his bed. With his comrades around him, they marched through the street with their rifles slung proudly, vile England to meet. But misfortune fell on them like a bolt from on high, for countermand orders through Ireland did fly. This great Easter rising they tried hard to save, but cruel work had been done by the hand of slave. With a new proclamation and bright hopes for their land, in fair Dublin city these men made their stand. They knew that alone they must strike the blow, so outmanned and outgunned to their fate they did go. And all through that week savage fighting was done, as those true Irish patriots battled the Hun. And amid the bombardment as that bulldog did bark, stood our own rebel hero, the bold Thomas Clark. When the fighting had ended and victory was lost, they gathered their soldiers and counted the cost. The rising was over, they could not prevail and win back their freedom in the land of the Gael. So taken as captive to Kilmainham they did go, court-martialed and sentenced by a cruel English foe. His life's work now over, he gave not a sigh, and our own Thomas Clark, a bold rebel, did die. In the history of Ireland there ne'er stood a man who sacrificed more for the sake of his land. And one day bright freedom will rise from the spark of our own rebel hero, the bold Thomas Clark. Gura Michael.
dearbhla. Anis tá muidig boga a raig dí cuaig a lion, agus a canar ar son Cunda Kilcannig agus an Cumann Tullaroan tá Clár Branach, and Claire will sing The Isle of Innisfree. So Curgi Fáilte Riv Claire.
I've met some folks who say that I'm a dreamer, and I've no doubt there's truth in what they say. But sure, a body's bound to be a dreamer when all the things he loves are far away, and precious dreams are not unto an exile. They take us o'er the land across the sea, especially when it happens he's an exile from that dear lovely Isle of Innisfree. And when the moonlight peeps across the rooftops from that great city, wondrous though it be, I scarcely feel its wonder or its laughter. I'm once again back home in Innisfree. I wander o'er green fields and dreamy valleys, and find a peace no other land could know. I hear the birds sing music fit for angels, and watch the rivers laughing as they flow. And then into a humble shack I'll wander, my dear old friend, and tenderly behold the folks I love around the turf are gathered. On bended knee the rosary is told. But dreams don't last, though dreams are not forgotten, and yet I'm back to stern reality. But though they pave the footways here with gold dust, I still would choose the Isle of Innisfree. I still
point, could I ask the competitors for the Comórtas Arashorta to go to the green room, please? Anis tá bug go dtí chuig connachta agus go dtí Cundan na Gaillimhe agus Abbey Moy, and singing on behalf of Abbey Moy is Olivia McNamara, and Olivia will sing Misha Raftery. So Curgy Falls Riv, Olivia.
So let that be an end to the bitter wind. Oh, an end to the winter. I go all over Galway, through village and town. I sing my out songs and I make an odd pound, walking all winter through the worst of the snow. And when the weather gets better, I'll head for Mayo. So let that be an end to the bitter wind. Oh, an end to the winter. Mayo's where I'm going soon as spring comes around. I can't see a step, but I know by the sound they'll be planting potatoes in the hard, stony soil and praying that there'll be enough to go round. So let that be an end to the bitter wind. Oh, an end to the winter. Now comes the springtime song of before. I've been on my travels, I made up some more. I was there last September, back and down, where the boat bringing people to Galway went down. So let that be an end to the bitter wind. Oh, an end to the winter. Misharaf Trion Filla, Londocus is grow. Le Sula Consolus, Le Clun is gone craw. Ek thought she emash there, Solis Mokri. Fawn August Tharshuk, good Jeremochli. So let that be an end to the bitter wind. Garmin Mahat.
Mahu Olivia. Nish Rachmid o Yas Gudi Kuigamuan, agus go Cunda Kirkig, agus tha o Cuman Can Turk I Gunda Kirkig, tha Murin Vahan I Kana, and Murin will sing Phil Arun O. So Kirgi Falchavor Riv Murin. Just while we're setting up, today's proceedings are being recorded by AVA Systems, and you'll see their details on page 26 of your programme if you want to contact them about a recording of today's performance. So Falchavor Riv Murin.
Agus cíig tú an glóir moilen tú. You'll miss a howlies of wood. I vote grania oiga arugak me. Is ni aka me undish gafol. Maar een sager tot onel in a vinester. Feel, I don't know. Feel, I don't know. It's no himiguam. Moilan to in your no good joy. Feeling sun in order nearly too. You take to part it is full. Maria Olero no is unarget. Agus you'll take to barin na glóra. Agus dumpig tú I gota an vinster. Feel, I don't know. Feel, I don't know. It's no himiguam. Feel is a store. Agus cíig tú an glóir moilen tú.
Gurf Magat a Bhuireann. Sin deire leis an gomórtas a Ronneocht Éinear agus Rockmid Ryanis go dtí Arasóra. Custa Náisiúnta Score apologises for the photograph errors in the programme and an Custa takes full responsibility for these errors. The pictures on the screens are correct. Our multor for the Comórtas Arasóireachta inniu is Micheál McGibney from Cundan Cávan. So Curgi Fáilte Riv Micheál. So Leinster will start us off today for the Comórtas Arasóireachta and Táid go gotí Cundan na mí agus cumann Clann na Gael I Gundan na mí. Agus ghlach apart ar son Cundan na mí tá Brendan McGowan and Brendan will recite The Blight by Liam McNally. So Curgi Fáilte Riv Brendan.
The blight, the hand that I've been dealt in life causes me to weep and wail, and I'm sure you'll all agree when I narrate this woeful tale. For bad luck seems to follow me from the day that I was born, when I first made me appearance on that 13th Friday morn. And even at that early stage, I caused me mother great despair with TENS machines and pethidine and tanks of gas and air. She'd been in rocking chairs and baths, but I was a slowish mover, and after 40 hours of labour, they sucked me out with a hoover. This left me with a pointy head, which caused a bit of chat. For when me ma put on me bonnet, it looked like a dunce's hat. And the midwife told me, mother, hold him steady and secure, for if you drop him, we'll need a nail bar to pull him from the floor. Well, I struggled through me early days between diseases and infections, and me backside was like a dartboard from courses of injections. I was on constant medication with ointments, oils and sprays, and when I reached the length of school, I got scabies, worms and fleas. And if I wasn't walking into lampposts, I was tripping over flags and forever bit and stung with wasps and bees and clags. And things, they got no better in my adolescent years, for I was a victim of derision and snide remarks and sneers. For me face come out in pimples and a lump come on me neck, and every time I passed a mirror, I thought me heart would break. And just like any teenage lad, I had an interest in the girls. I had me fantasies and crushes, and was prone to whims and wares. Not many looked at me, which was no surprise at all, with a boil on the back of me neck and a face like a pebble-dashed wall. I never had much luck when it came to romance, till the brother rang me late one night to lift him from a dance. When I got there and waited, says I, you'd never know, for he was coming with a girlfriend and this other one in tow. He said she wants a lift. I told her, you're the driver. She's with the Church of Scientology, a newcomer to Believer. And she seemed to take a shine to me, and just as quick as a flash, she hopped into the front seat and put her feet up on the dash. Then she reached into her bag, put a fag between her lips, and she turned to me and smiled and said, will we go and get chips? She wasn't much to look at, and her face was getting redder. She had drank 9 Bacardis and laughed like Conor McGregor. It took some job to shake her off. Every excuse I could find. In the finish up, I told her I was the other way inclined. I thought I'd stay home farming. Me father was drawing the hay, and with the last load in the shed, we went in to drink the tea. He said he'd nearly kill me, for when he came out, he found I had thrown away a fag and burnt the shed to the ground. I tried me hand at gambling, and was that not tempting fate? But I got a tip for Aintree, and I was told he'll not be bait. So I had 20 on his nose and thought me money in the bag. He jumped the last in front, he cleared it like a stag, and halfway up the run-in, a plastic bag blew across the track. And the horse pulled into the rail and sent the jockey off his back. So I tore up me betting slip and cursed another fruitless cause and stormed straight out the door to a chorus of oohs and ahs. I'm just a luckless loser, I'm the wizard with no spell, I'm the hunt without the fox, I'm the church without the bell. Whenever I look back in it, me life's just one big sham. I'm the glass that's always empty, like Mayo without Sam. No matter what I've tried in life, nothing turns out right, and I've come to the conclusion I'm just a bloody blight. Garamahagriff.
Garamagath Brendan. I hope he hasn't offended all the Mayo people here now in the process. Next we move to Cúiga Connacht and Cunday Áitiúlanse, Cunday Hliggy, and St. Farnan's Club here in Sligo. And performing on behalf of St. Farnan's Club is Francis Hanley, and Francis will recite The Liberator and Biddy Moriarty. So Curgi Fáiltebor Riv Francis.
There was at that time in Dublin a certain woman, Biddy Moriarty. Oh, she was a virago of the first order, very able with her fist and still more formidable with her tongue. Some of Daniel O'Connell's friends thought that he could beat her at the use of her own weapons. So bets were offered and taken, and it was decided that the matter should come off at once. The party adjourned to the huckster's stall, and there was the owner herself. O'Connell commenced the attack. What's the price of this walking stick, Mrs. What's her name? Moriarty, sir, is me name, and a good one it is. And what have you to say again? 1 and 6 is the price of the stick. Trot, it's cheap as dirt, so it is. 1 and 6 for a walking stick. Why, you're not better than an impostor to ask 18 for what cost 2. 2, your grandmother. Do you mean to say it's cheating the people I am? Impostor, indeed. I protest as I am a gentleman. Gentleman? Wisha, but the likes of you, a gentleman. Wisha, by gor, that bates Banagher. Why, you potato-faced pippin sneezer. When did a Madagascar monkey like you pick up enough of common Christian decency to hide your Kerry brogue? Easy now. Don't choke yourself on fine language, whiskey-drinking parallelogram. What's that you call me, you murdering villain? I call you a parallelogram, and the Dublin judge and jury will say it's no libel to call you so. Oh, terror-nouns. Oh, holy St. Bridget. That an honest woman like me should be called a Parry Bellygrum to her face. I'm none of your Parry Bellygrums, you rascally gallows bird, you cowardly snake and plate-licking blackguard. Oh, not to indeed. Why, I suppose you'll deny you keep a hypotenuse in our house. It's a lie for you. I never had such a thing. Why, sure all our neighbours know very well that you keep not only a hypotenuse, but that you have 2 diameters locked up in your garret, and you go out to walk with them every Sunday. You heartless old heptagon. Oh, hear that, ye saints in glory. Oh, there's bad language from a fellow wants to pass for a gentleman. May the devil fly away with you mitcher from Munster, and make celery sauce of your rotten limbs, you mealy-mouthed tub of guts. Hear who can't deny the charge, who miserable submultiple of a duplicate ratio. Go! Rinse your mouth in the liffey, you nasty tickle pincher, After all the bad words you spake, it ought to be dirtier than your face. You dirty chicken of Beelzebub. Rinse your own mouth, you wicked-minded old polygon. To the deuce I pitch ya, you blustering intersection of a superficies. You saucy tinker's apprentice, if you don't see your joy. But here she gasped for breath, unable to hawk up more words. While I have a tongue, I'll abuse you, O most inimitable periphery. Look at her, boys. There she stands, a convicted perpendicular in petticoats. There's contamination in her circumference, and she trembles with guilt down to the extremities of her corollaries. Her found out, rectilineal, antecedent, and equiangular old hag. 'Tis with the devil you will fly away, O porter swiping similitude of the bisection of a vortex. Overwhelmed with this torrent of abuse, Mrs. Moriarty was silenced. Catching up a saucepan, she was aiming at O'Connell's head when he made a timely retreat. You've won your wager, O'Connell. Here's your bet, said the ones who proposed the contest. For me and my
Garv Margaret Francis. I think we were probably all having flashbacks to leaving cert maths at that. Now, come to Gulgaji Cuigamuan Anish and Cunday an Clár and the Lissy Casey Club in Cunday an Clár. And representing Lissy Casey, we have Kieran Maroney, and Kieran will recite Mary Ann. So Curgi Falchivor, Riv Kieran.
I was always a little bit backwards about going forwards. Well, why? I do not know. Well, some say that I was a small bit shy, and sure, didn't others say I was a small bit slow? Well, me father blamed me mother for raising me a lazy sod, but sure she said it was all his fault because all his side were odd. Now, I'd me eye on Mary Ann for these past few years or so, and sure, the only thing that held me back was in case she might say no. You see, the problem was, I turned her down back in her younger days. Now, it wasn't that she got any better looking, it's just now I'm a little lazier to please. Well, to say that she was ugly, now I wouldn't be telling a lie. She once worked in a butcher shop to keep away the flies. But I got in contact with this fella, an expert in these things, who swore to me he had a plan and I could go off and buy the rings. So see, if you follow my get a woman plan, in a couple of weeks or so I'll have her 8 out of your hand. So see, the next time that you see her, pay her a lot of heed. Give her a good look up and down now, there might be something that she'd need. Maybe a scarf around her neck or something for her hair. And sure, if you like the way the things are going when we take it on from there. What happened was the next day went I going for a pint. And who was coming against me? Only Mary Ann, and she pedalling on the bike. And just as we were meeting, along came this great big truck. Well, it nearly blew the clothes straight off her, and didn't I get a great how look? Well, I'll tell you something now. As far as I could see, all her odds and ends were covered up from just above the knee. But 'twas there and then I spied it. What a man could buy for the woman that he loved. Sure, wasn't it sitting right in front of me? She wasn't wearing gloves. So I decided there and then I'd put into action this plan, and I'd take the bus into town, the bus there from Kilban. Now I told mother what I was doing, could she recommend a kind? So she, you'd want to buy a pair for yourself, not always be borrowing mine. But says she, I'll go with you, for you might need me to try them on. No, that wasn't part of the plan, but I said I'd want to play along. So she will go into that little draper shop that's owned by Fred McVicker, for I'm in an awful way for a pair of pants. That's what women now call knickers. But when I got into the shop, wasn't I completely mesmerised? And then when I was asked her, I didn't know her size. Well, I looked like an awful idiot, sure, I didn't have a clue. Says I now, you have me there, but she's about a 7 in a shoe. But I got a pair eventually, in her size as far as I could tell. Oh, they were a lovely little leather pair with a lovely leather smell. And just as I was leaving, I spotted a man's pair on the shelf. And sure, I remember what my mother said, and I bought them for myself. Well, Well, I got home anyways, and I took on my mother's advice, and then I splashed on the remainder of a bottle of Old Spice. And then says I, Ma, where's the shopping? So she was up there on the bed. But sure, when I went up to pick up the gloves, didn't I pick up the bloomin' knickers instead? Oh, I left the house as proud as punch, not realising what I'd done. Then I hopped into the tractor and I got her started on the run. But I got up to Mary Ann's and on the door I did knock. And I handed her my present with a little love heart on the top. Then says I, my dearest Mary Ann, I bought you these and I hope you're pleased. I hope they keep you warm. Why I took this liberty you wonder, I suppose. But for the last time that I saw you, your skin, it was exposed. Well, says I liked them when I saw them on the shelf. In fact, didn't I like them so much I bought a pair for myself. To see one would be cowled, I'd always be wearing my mother's. And sure, I knew it wasn't fair to be always wearing hers, and sure, they are her only pair. Now, you might find them tight at first, but that's only 'cause they're new. But when I'm with you, Mary Ann, I'll pull them off for you. And if you're ever too dirty, though, and you might now, who can tell? Well, you're not supposed to wash them, or they'll lose their lovely smell. Now, you might think the colour is delicate, and they might be hard to keep. But your sister said she had a pair and she wearing them all the week. Well, she whipped them off to show me. And Mary Ann, I'm telling you, they weren't the least bit faded and they looked and smelt brand new. It was only then I saw the knickers and I realised the mistake I made. And I tried to explain the mix-up in parcels, but sure, by God, it was too late. Get out of here, you pervert, says she, before I called the law. And then she knocked me off my feet with a belt into the jaw. But I left that house anyways, and the tractor was hopping off every ditch. And my ears, they were still ringing from the roars of that old woman. Well, I got home anyways, and I was thinking there just now, how unlucky that I would have been to have ended up with that old cow. There, my God.
Míle buíochas Ciarán. At this point, could I ask all of the competitors for the ballot group competition to go to the green room, please? Inistama de gol ó hui godi cuiga ola agus conda Hiron agus an common nave Colin Kill on Carrickmore. And Annette Kelly will represent an Carrickmore, and Annette will recite Pope in Ireland. So Curgi Faltavor, Rev Annette.
The Pope in Ireland by Declan O'Brien. This poem is a recollection of Fatima Finnegan from Finglas, who looks back fondly on that day. Janie Mac, is it all them years? Is it all them years now, is it? Since the country came to a standstill for the Irish papal visit. The place festooned from top to bottom in bunting of yellow and white. Sure, the whole country looked so yellow, you never knew whether it was day or night. I remember like it was yesterday. We got up early as a lark to go and see the Pope appear over in the Phoenix Park. Yeah, we had to get in the wee small hours for the day that lay ahead. But the job I had of getting me husband and the children out of bed. Sure, the language I heard when I woke the husband was the worst I've ever heard. And also from my 3 young sons, Pius, Paul, and John the 23rd. Ach, ma, it's Saturday morning. You know, I can hear them moaning still. And me husband, him holding his tummy, pretending to be ill. So out we went in the dead of night, them with the big long pusses, to join the queues a mile long for the special papal buses. Now, we missed the first queue, as most of them were full, and me husband muttering to himself, oh, this is a load of papal bull. So a bus came for us eventually, and we boarded nice and slowly. And a crowd of old ones up the front were singing, oh, sacrament most holy. And then they'd break into another hymn. And I'd think, oh, saints alive, what have we ended up with here? Is it the hymn zone 45? Well, I'll never forget the crowds arriving in the park all morning long. You wouldn't think it was the Phoenix Park. More like rush hour in Hong Kong. We've been herded like sheep, said me husband. Him in a state of shock. I says to him, sure, what's wrong with that? After all, we are his flock. Then, up above us, a helicopter came flying from the sky, and you could just make out beside the window this figure dressed in white. It's the Pope! It's the Pope! You could hear an eye spread from front to back. Such was a euphoria, you'd think Elvis had just come back. And when he came out in the altar, the cheering just grew and grew. The noise must have frightened the life out of the animals in the zoo. Now, I must confess, when the Pope said Mass, sure I couldn't make out a word he said. So while he said it, we decided to eat our sandwiches instead. Egg and banana, said young Paul to me. What sort of sandwich is that? Egg and banana are the papal's colours. Now eat it up, you little brat. Then Pius lights up a cigarette, and I says, put that out, you little swine. Oh, why, said he, 'cause this is Mass, says me. And besides, you're only 9. Then little John the 23rd pipes up. I couldn't believe his cheek. Ma, said he, can we leave at communion like we do every other week? Said me husband, I hope the Pope's not giving out communion on his own. For by the time he gets through all this lot, the kids would be fully grown. So when the Mass attended, sure we all got ready to go home. But as a little treat, says I to them, sure I'll treat us all to an ice cream cone. But where would you buy an ice cream here? Inquired my caring clan. I says, are yez blind or what? Do yez not see the ice cream van? Well, they all stared at me like I'd 2 heads, saying, Ma, are you for real? That isn't the ice cream van at all. That's the Pope mobile. Well, I can tell you I was scarlet. I felt like such a dope. The man I thought was Mr. Whippy was actually the Pope. So we streamed home exhausted but happy all the same. And I think my moaning kids and husband were not too sad they came. But on the bus home, the same old ladies were singing all the time another 500 verses of O Sacrament Divine. So, there's some of me memories. Now, the ones I can still remember. From that glorious day in 1979, the 29th of September. Goramila Malgov.
Well, táneart feici nó cholicháin go tíd idir damsa go síimseocht ach fannaí linn mar táneartain in chéad comórtas eile teachta níos lín comórtas an bailad éanair na bailad grúpa go leis go.
Where the sound system is set up for our ballad group. Just to draw your attention to a couple of important features in the programme. As I mentioned already, on page 26 you'll see that the details for AVA Systems, where you can contact them in relation to getting a copy of the DVD. Also on page 26 you'll see the prizes for the raffle, and those tickets will be on sale at the interval. On pages 12, 13 and 14 there are obituaries to 3 former greats of score, Harry McAvoy, Pat Dennehy and Joe McManus. So you can read those at your leisure. They are just a tribute to people who've done a lot of work for Score in the past. Okay, so Bogam Taraigaji and Comorthas Ballad Groupa, agus Tamajig Tosu sa Kuiga Autul and Show, we're starting in Kuiga Conocta, na Kunda Litrama, and Leshan Common Ahna Sheelan. So today, Anna Sheelan will sing The Old Man and the Blarney Roses, Sukurgi Falchavor Riv Anna Sheelan.
the minutes fly and the years roll by for a father and a son. And suddenly, when it happened, there was so much left unsaid. No second chance to tell him thanks for everything he's done. And I never will forget him, for he made me what I am. Though he may be gone, memories linger on and on. And I miss him, the old man. Though he may be gone, memories linger on and on. And I miss him, the old man. Dee-dum, dee-dum, dee-da-da-dum. Dee-dum, dee-da-dee-da-dee-da-dee-da-da-dee-dum. Dee-dum, dee-dum, dee-da-da-dum. Dee-dum, dee-da-dee-da-dee-da-dee-da-dum-dum. 'Twas over in old Ireland near the town of Cushendall. One morn I met a damsel there, the fairest of them all. 'Twas with my young affections and my money she did go. She told me she belonged to where the Blarney roses grow. Her cheeks were like the roses and her hair a raven hue. Before that she was done with me, she had me raving too. She left me sorely stranded, not a coin she left, you know. She told me she belonged to where the Blarney roses grow. Can anybody tell me where the Blarney roses grow? Some say down in Limerick town and more say in Mayo. Somewhere in the Emerald Isle, of this I want to know. Can anybody tell me where the Blarney roses grow? Dee-dum, dee-dum, dee-da-da-dum. Dee-dum, dee-da-dee-da-dee-da-dee-da-da-dum. They've roses in Killarney and the same in County Clare. But upon my word, the Blarney rose I can't see anywhere. She blarneyed me, and by the power she left me broke, you know. She told me she belonged to where the Blarney roses grow.
A cushla grab, a creamy boy, she murmured soft did she. If you belong to Ireland, then yourself belongs to me.
Her Donegal, come all ye brogue, it captured me, you know. Bad luck to her in that same place where the Blarney roses grow. Can anybody tell me where the Blarney roses grow? Some say down in Limerick town and more say in Mayo. Somewhere in the Emerald Isle, of this I want to know. Can anybody tell me where the Blarney roses grow? Can anybody tell me where? Anybody tell me where? Can anybody tell me where the Blarney roses grow?
Mashiv Anna Sheelan. Next we go to Cúigemuin and Thamagogadi Kunde Kirkig and the Carberry Rangers Club. And today the Carberry Rangers Club will sing Through the Eyes of an Irishman and Molly Nagook Niculinon. So just give them a minute to get set up. Just to remind you at this point, that our adjudicator for this Comórtas is Anne Jane Ryan ó Chun Limni, and she will be the multer for the Comórtas Ballet Group. So as soon as Carbery Rangers are ready, we'll continue. So Curgi Fáilte Riv Carbery Rangers.
When I was a boy, round about 3, I remember my grandfather saying to me, he said, learn to appreciate all that you see, for one day it will mean so much to you. Well, without realizing the words he did say, sure it started me singlings in a different way, like the colors of the sun going down on the bay. It was a sight I'll never forget, and we'll all meet tonight, every child, every woman and man, for we know in our heart that we'll always be part of a proud and wonderful land. Yes, we'll all meet tonight, and we'll sing just as loud as we can of an island so green that can only be seen through the eyes of an Irishman. Oh, the days of my youth I spent searching the land, and I couldn't believe all the beauty I'd found, like the flowers and the trees rising out of the ground, full of color and so full of life. Well, at 24 years, that's when I started to roam, but it didn't take much to remind me of home. When I think of all the places and the people I've known that I may never see again, and we'll all meet tonight, every child, every woman and man, for we know in our heart that we'll always be part of a proud and wonderful land. Yes, we'll all meet tonight, and we'll sing just as loud as we can of an island so green that can only be seen through the eyes of an Irishman. Yes, we'll all meet tonight. child, every woman and man. For we know in our heart that we'll always be part of a proud and wonderful land. Yes, we'll all meet tonight, and we'll sing just as loud as we can of an island so green that can only be seen through the eyes of an Irishman. Joni Flossy O Carmen McCollum Diogo Ga Currican Fookie on Tarragate. It's Father Lam Umi Umi, it's Father Lam Umi O Dimikshi. It's Father Lam Isa Susi, Molly na good ni Quillanon. Yenig me Tigger on Lord, Spec Carababanya Brackagon. Stealing me Dinner Doggo her, Molly does go ni Quillanon. It's Father Lam Umi Umi, it's Father Lam Umi O Dimikshi. It's Father Lam Isa Susi, Molly na good ni Quillanon. It's Father Lam Umi, it's Father Lam Umi, it's Father Lam Umi O Dimikshi. It's Father Lam Isa Susi, Molly na good ni Quillanon. Nadini a rod up jumping off. Ni yimping ma whom na go broke, a joke mulvon in Quillanon. It's Father Lam Umi, it's Father Lam Umi, it's Father Lam Umi O Dimikshi. It's Father Lam Isa Susi, Molly na good ni Quillanon. Fi Mishalo Aaron Gwil, it's harder dom see a chap right oya. Yenak she more van bio, no book that soaked in Chandana. It's Father Lam Umi Umi, it's Father Lam Umi O Dimikshi. It's Father Lam Isa Susi, Molly na good ni Quillanon. It's Father Lam Umi, it's Father Lam Umi, it's Father Lam Umi O Dimikshi. It's Father Lam Isa Susi, Molly na good ni Quillanon. It's Father Lam Umi, it's Father Lam Umi, it's Father Lam Umi O Dimikshi. It's Father Lam Isa Susi, Molly na good ni Quillanon.
Míle buchas Carberry Rangers. Anis them to go o Hui Gudi Kuiga Ulla agus Kunde Ardvaca and the Carrick Croppen Club in Ardvaca. And today, Cara Cruppen will sing Brave Ireland and Sturgeon Bray. Just a reminder to people that in between the competitions, or while the competitions are ongoing, if everyone could please remain in their seats while the performers are on stage, and then in between competitions, feel free to do whatever coming and going you have to do. So please just remain seated while the competitors are on stage. So reach Curraghy Fáilte Mhór Riv Cara Cruppen.
He clasped his hand to mine and asked me to listen a while. I sat by his bedside to hear as he shed a glistening tear. He said, "Oh daughter, my love, before God takes me above, let me tell you of times that are gone and brave Ireland. I fought for this country bold, with passion and pride untold. Our comrades and I made a stand, so that freedom would ring o'er the land. We strived for liberty, so that one day our children might see a nation united and free, and brave Ireland. So let it not have been in vain, all our struggles and our pain. Let it all have been worthwhile for every woman, man and child. And no matter where you roam, think on your Irish home. Take pride in who you are and brave Ireland. He said, I fear when gone, our legacy will not live on. One promise I'm hoping will make, for me and for dear Ocean's sake. Embrace our language and song. Let our culture and music live on, and continue to fight for the wrongs against brave Ireland. So let it not have been in vain, all our struggles and our pain. Let it all have been worthwhile for every woman, man and child. And no matter where you roam, think on your Irish home. Take pride in who you are and Ireland. Take pride in who you are and brave Ireland. How lucky was I to be born in this land that I love. Its wondrous natural beauty a gift from above. Where boys in short trousers wear real rebel rousers, wild and living free, swimming and fishing and dreaming and climbing trees. But the time it came for this boy to grow into man, and although I swore never to leave this land, for all that it made me and all that it gave me, no living was here for me. So with rucksack on shoulder, I'm off for new lands to see. And Sturgeon Bray is twisting away, to leave it is breaking my heart. Goodbye to the lake, farewell my friends, we must part. I'll remember you all the days of my life, wherever these feet may reach me home. Already I'm dreaming that one day I'll come home. Oh, this land of the free, I owe you in so many ways. For the chance of a living, I thank you all of my days. But that young boy inside me, he begged and he cried as he longed for a home once more. So I packed up my things to head for my island shore.
Oh yes, I'm coming home to Slieve Gullion fair. I can feel the breeze of its scented air. Sturgeon Bray is twisting away, taking me back to the start. When I see the lake, I know it'll settle my heart. There'll be no more talking of days in the past, the good old days that our days are done. I'm just dreaming of good old days to come. There'll be no more talking of days in the past, the good old days that are done. No, I'm just dreaming of good old days to come. Sturgeon Bray, I'm coming home.
Má sibh Carrie Crubban. Agus an grúpa dearnach sa comórtas ballad grúpa tagann si siúd ó Cuaige Lion agus ó Cundé Longford. And representing Longford we have the Arda Club, St Patrick's Arda, and Arda will sing The Exile and Dancing to the Isle. So Curgi Fáilte Riv Arda.
turn on down the road, your kiss will lighten up the load. And although I never will return, inside a hope will always burn, that we may meet in some place once again. You and I will still be friends. The sun is shining brightly on the mountain and the sea. The waves are white round Inishmore. The ship lies in the harbor waiting for an evening breeze to take us to some foreign shore.
The world we lived in now is past,
And winds of change are coming fast.
and what's before me now it seems
It's a world of lost and broken dreams. And although I never will return, inside a hope will always burn, that we may meet in some place once again. You and I will still be friends. The sun is shining brightly on the mountain and the sea. The waves are white round Inishmore. The ship lies in the harbor waiting for an evening breeze to take us to some foreign shore.
too many trials, too many tears,
Too many tired and hungry years, but I will not forget the land where you and I walked hand in hand. And although I never will return, inside a hope will always burn, that we may meet in some place once again. For you and I will still be friends. The sun is shining brightly on the mountain and the sea. The waves are white round Inishmore. The ship lies in the harbor waiting for an evening breeze to take us to some foreign shore. The sun is shining brightly on the mountain and the sea. The waves are white round Inishmore. The ship lies in the harbor waiting for an evening breeze to take us to some foreign shore. To take us to some foreign shore. Summertime long ago, I always will remember. Just a boy who didn't know that that those days would never die. Oh, I recall the Irish girl. Her heart was still unbroken, and still I see the Irish girl in the summer island sky. Will you dance and return to the isle where we were young? Will you dance until the dawn and to the rising of the sun? Will you dance and return to the isle where we were young? Will you dance until the dawn and to the rising of the sun?
Brightest eyes of emerald green, like the deep depths of the ocean. Sweetest smile I've ever seen, and her flowing auburn hair.
All along that Dingle Beach, we danced until the morning, and felt the warm summer breeze in the summer island air. Will you dance and return to the isle where we were young? Will you dance until the dawn and to the rising of the sun? Will you dance and return to the isle where we were young? Will you dance until the dawn and to the rising of the sun? I've walked this road for many years. Wisdom's often failed me. Looking back now through the tears, those days will never die. Oh, and when we're old and grey, our hearts together golden, we'll see again those summer days, feel the summer island air. Will you dance to the isle where we were young? Will you dance until the dawn and to the rising of the sun? Will you dance and return to the isle where we were young? Will you dance until the dawn and to the rising of the sun? Oh, will you dance and return to the isle where we were young? Will you dance until the dawn and to the rising of the sun? Will you dance and return to the isle where we were young? Will you dance until the dawn and to the rising of the sun?
Rising of the
rising of the sun. Rising of the sun.
Garamagav Arda. That brings us to the end of our first half. We will now have a 20-minute interval and raffle tickets will be sold. And could all of the competitors for Lerus Dacha come to the green room, please?
That's some light. Okay, so you want to wait till the light goes down again, check? Okay, I'll go and check if the shower have Irish.
themselves, like.
There's 8 over ears live, right? Yeah. Sorry, sound horrible. Well, like we did have a run for before, but really, that was when we were talking. scared? Are you scared?
No.
Take our right for you.
We will resume in 5 minutes. Thank you.
Get this light.
Ladies and gentlemen, could you please make your way to your seats, please? Ladies and gentlemen, a sum of money has been found. If you think it's yours, can you please attend at the front desk after the performance. Also, a set of car keys were found in the auditorium. It appears to be a single car key from a Volkswagen or Skoda, and also a single silver key attached to it. So if they're yours, please contact the side of the stage.
power of the car set.
Like, yeah, Shinna will go chéad chuid go chlár, Tony Lynn, that kind of thing. Okay. Okay. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, I can.
Could everybody please take their seats?
Too far today. Fáilteráis tá neart feici tá tuile fós le háart trí chomórtas, gomadiris gar manatí cáte butléir.
Tá muid réile tosú leis na dara lá. So tosóid leis an léirú státe agus tá muid ag tosú I guaig múin I gunda limní le Fina Kilmeady. Fina Kilmeady will perform Consternation in the Monastery. So bear with us while we kind of work around the clear stage, etc., because we don't have any curtains here. And just to announce that our adjudicator on Multhor than Cumort the Show, she Mihal O'Grugan Okunde Nami. So Kirky Falter with Mihal Agus Fina Kilmeady.
Today is a very important day in our monastery as we're welcoming our new novice, Brother David. He is coming from a difficult situation and he needs solace and guidance.
How are you getting on? There's none of them too friendly.
These are some of our monastic rules that must be adhered to. Your day begins at 5 a.m. with prayers. These are known as matins. You will then join the other monks here in the workshop. In the evening we praise the Lord through song, and later we have the grand silence. Then we rest.
We get a rest, do we?
Of course, my child. When God created the world, he rested.
And then he created man, and he rested.
And then he created woman, and ever since, neither God nor man has rested.
I must go now and tend to the other monks in the field.
It's a fine place.
He's gone. Brother David, do you know it is great to have someone new coming into the monastery? Oh, it gets very dull and very quiet in here.
I'll put life into this place.
Tell us, what were you doing in the outside world before you decided to join us?
Well, I was never up at 5 o'clock in the morning anyhow, although I often went to bed at that time.
Aye, you'll have a grand sleep tonight in your bunk.
I saw them bunks, and they're desperate cold looking. If I sleep in one of them, I'll have pneumonia in the morning.
Oh, fair you won't. You'll have porridge like the rest of us.
Are ye all in here because of a painful secret from your past, like I am?
No. I always wanted to know what it would be like to wear a dress.
Well, I joined the monastery to be like my uncle. He was a cardinal, and every time he walked down the street, the people would look at him and say, "Your Eminence."
Well, I have an uncle, a bishop, and that's why I joined the monastery. And every time he walks down the street, oh, the people look at him and say, "Your Lordship."
Well, I have an uncle, and he's 27 stone, and every time he walks down the street, the people look at him and say, "God Almighty." I'm going to say something now that I've never told anyone before, but I'm going to tell you, and you, and you, and you. No, I was going out with a woman one time, and she nearly broke my heart.
Were you long acquainted with this woman?
Long enough, and she was looking for commitment, but I wasn't into that sort of stuff. So I've come in here now to commit myself to monastic life.
Well, Brother David, I hope you'll find peace and contentment here within the monastery.
So do I, and I hope that she don't find me. Although, you know, she had a few good pints too.
What were they?
Well, I often wondered why God made her such a good cook.
So you could love her.
And why did he make her so good looking?
So you could love her.
Then why did he make her so foolish?
So she could love you. Here in the monastery, we praise the Lord through Gregorian chant in Latin.
Ave gratia, amen.
Ave gratia, amen.
We'll go and fuckel ga, fuckel tro, fuckel ella. Sure, I don't know that Latin at all. Fecum me.
And fecum too. And that's the truth, says I to you. We go and fuckel ga, fuckel tro, fuckel ella. Do these lads have good fuckel at all?
Brothers, what's going on here? I have never seen you act like this before. Brother Stephen, get down and clean out the wine cellar. And don't let the same thing happen as last time. Brothers Christopher and Timothy, get back to your duties.
Will I go down with Brother Stephen and I could give him a hand to clean out the wine cellar?
No, my child. You can lead us in evening prayer.
Ags and big, Ags and spirit near, amen. Father, hear my holy prayer. The rules of score are up in the air. And now we've no officials in Croke Park. Well, the first thing they should do is let the clubs around the country know if they want a novelty act of Alley Row. Lord, hear us.
Lord, greatly hear us.
I need the shoes for the donkey.
Well, I have him just nearly ready, brother. Tie him outside to the tree and I'll be with you in a minute.
Do you shoe the donkey?
Oh, we do.
the monkeys! Hey, the monkeys!
Brother Stephen, have you been drinking?
I have. Brother Superior told me to go down and clean out the wine cellar. I have it all cleaned out. All cleaned out.
Quick, will you do something? I'd say he's smothering.
He's all right. He's coming up. Quick! He's going to get sick.
Look, he'll have to use this.
You didn't use that box!
Hi, Richard. Isn't it for the sick?
Brothers, the grand silence is about to begin. Brothers, the grand silence has now ended. Brother David, I have been observing you quite closely, and I have now approved your induction. The other brothers and I will give you the final blessing in Latin. Please kneel. Quadore sum semes domine puramente capiame, et emune temporale fit nova sarme dimse ampiterms. Now if there is anyone who knows of any reason why this man should not become a brother, speak now or forever repeat. Venite adoremus, venite adoremus, venite adoremus.
David, I have found you. What are you doing in here?
Silence. Who is this woman?
Do you remember that woman I was telling you about earlier? Well, that's her.
Well, you're coming with me.
He can't go with you. He is about to become a brother.
A brother? Well, I have news for him. He's about to become a father.
Clear stage. Can we have everyone back on stage to see the audience? Masha Fina Kilmeedy. Anis tá muidir bog a raig go dtí cúige ola, agus I gúige ola tá muidir go chunda Huron agus Derry Tresk. And Derry Tresk will perform so the young might see the morn. So just bear with us again as we get the preparations underway. Time starts now.
And Gorton Moore. Potato blight and exportation of available food by the Crown, resulting in the death of 1 million people. Oh God, that bread should be so dear and human flesh so cheap.
me.
What business have we today?
Your Worship, we have only one case listed today. It's a contest for trial, the matter of Mr. Michael James O'Donovan versus the Queen.
Have we legal representatives present?
Sean Joyce for the prosecution, Your Worship.
Kevin Flanagan for the defendant, Your Worship. Bring in the accused.
Your Worship, my client is of native tongue, and whilst he understands English, he does not speak it.
Have we an interpreter?
I am his interpreter.
What are the charges against this man?
Your Worship, this is case 1846. A month ago, Mr. Michael James O'Donovan was arrested in the close proximity of Her Majesty the Queen's estate under management of Lord Trevelyan. He had in his possession a substantial consignment of corn, and much of this corn was allegedly stolen from Her Majesty the Queen.
How does the defendant plead?
Not guilty, Your Worship.
We will proceed to trial. Prosecution, call your first witness.
We call Lord Charles Edward Trevelyan as our first witness, Your Worship.
Good morning, Charles.
Good morning, James.
And how is your good lady wife Hannah keeping?
She is an excellent house.
The case, Your Worship.
Oh, prosecution, proceed.
Lord Trevelyan, what is your role on this island?
I manage the distribution of food.
And what exactly does that involve?
I maintain order among these peasants.
What was different on this day, Lord Trevelyan?
Well, on the day in question, I received a transcript informing me that Constable Dixon had apprehended this thief stealing corn from the Queen's supply.
No further questions, Your Worship.
Defence, have you any questions for the witness?
Yes, Your Worship. Lord Trevelyan, is it true you did not witness the theft in question?
That's correct.
And what is more important than overseeing the safekeeping of Her Majesty's food stores?
I was having evening tea at Lord Grayson's house.
So it would be true to say you weren't doing your job. And isn't it true you don't distribute the food equally amongst the Irish? In fact, sending the majority of it back to England whilst the Irish starve?
I will not put up with this absurdity!
Objection, Your Worship. Lord Trevelyan is not on trial here.
Objection upheld. You will refrain from making any accusations, Mr. Flanagan. Have you any further questions?
No further questions, Your Worship.
Lord Trevelyan, you are excused.
As are you, James, for overseeing this farce. The judgment of God, Santa Calamity, that takes ours a lesson.
Sit down, Mr. Flanagan. Prosecution, have you any further witnesses?
We would like to call Constable Richard Dixon to the stand. Constable Dixon, can you please advise the court to how long you've been a constable for?
I've been a member of Her Majesty's Constabulary for 26 years.
And can you please tell us what happened on the night that you apprehended this thief?
I was on duty at 8 p.m. at Her Majesty's Supply and Distribution. I observed the peasant Michael James O'Donovan acting suspiciously. I loudly identified myself. He ran, a sure sign of guilt in my experience. I pursued, apprehended, and conveyed him back to the barrack for confession. The guilty said to me, against the famine and the crown I rebelled. I took him down.
No further questions, Your Worship.
Defence, have you any questions for the witness?
Constable Dixon, for a man who speaks no English at all, my client certainly had a lot to say. Are you worried of native tongue?
Clearly a man of low birth and no education.
And did he have a solicitor and interpreter present when questioned?
Well, no.
So it would be fair to say that any confession obtained at the barracks is, well, completely and utterly unreliable.
Don't be ridiculous!
Objection, Your Worship. He is barging the witness.
Always objecting to
Dry your eyes, Flanagan.
Order! You probe far enough, Mr. Flanagan. Any more of your antics and I will hold you in contempt of court.
Constable Dixon, you say you saw a peasant. How can you be so sure that peasant was my client?
I saw him with my own two eyes.
Your own two eyes. 20/20 vision, is it? Do you or do you not wear glasses?
Well, yes.
And can you read the sign at the back of the court? What does the sign say?
Of course I can. There is no sign.
Precisely. There is no sign. I think that proves just how blind you are. Were you wearing those glasses on the night you apprehended my client?
No.
Constable Dixon, I put it to you that you have fabricated this story in a bid to go down in history and forever be remembered in a song.
Absolutely not!
Aye, Constable Dixon. No need to get so angry. Were you this aggressive on the night you apprehended my client and beat him black and blue?
Objection, Your Worship. This is preposterous. There's no evidence to this claim. Constable Dixon is a pillar of society and a highly decorated officer. The constable's integrity is not in question here.
Oh, but his eyesight is.
Objection upheld. I am warning you, Mr. Flanagan. You are riding a donkey close to the tail.
It would take some donkey to hold you.
Sorry, Mr. Flanagan, I didn't get that.
Oh, I just said we're lucky the magistrate is fair and true. No further questions, Your Worship.
Constable, you are excused. Prosecution, have you any further witnesses to call?
No further witnesses, Your Worship. That concludes the case for the prosecution.
Defence, have you any witnesses to call?
Yes, Your Worship. I would like to call Michael James O'Donovan to the stand.
Mr. O'Donovan, do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God.
He does, Your Worship. And I would like to remind the court that whilst my client can understand the questions put to him in English, he can only answer in Irish. Michael, can you account for your whereabouts on the night you were apprehended by Constable Dixon?
Bhí mé ghlacu ábhar, ónas go mór bhí má páistí an maidin.
My client was out for a walk when he saw a bag of corn lying by the roadside. When suddenly, and out of nowhere, he was viciously attacked and arrested by Constable Dixon. Michael, can you tell us what happened next?
Céil fág ná tung tú freagar sogam.
Tá mé géirí tú a sábhfuil seo. My client was taken, battered, and forced under duress to sign a confession in a language he does not read or write. No further questions, Your Worship.
Prosecution, have you any questions for the defendant?
Yes, Your Worship. Michael, this isn't your first time stealing from Her Majesty the Queen.
Objection, Your Worship.
Objection overruled. I said overruled. Now answer the question.
Glachan bia ahan lá the torch the Maclan.
My client has never stolen anything in his life.
In fact, isn't it true that you were stealing from Her Majesty the Queen on the night of your arrest?
Near clock make a made of your quorum.
He says no, Your Worship.
We have heard compelling evidence from men of the utmost integrity to say that you did in fact steal from Her Majesty the Queen. Are you calling these men liars?
I have heard enough. This case has run its course. Mr. O'Donovan, you are excused. It is evident to me that the defendant is guilty beyond reasonable doubt. Mr. Michael James O'Donovan, you and your kind are a blight on society, and the only sentence available to me is to have you deported to Van Diemen's Land.
Come on, you say John Trucker.
Now, take him away. Court dismissed.
All right.
For you stole Trevelyan's corn, so the young might see the morn. Now the prison ship lies waiting in the bay.
Sean, clear stage.
Up now.
Sibh Tyrone. Agus inis bogam de raig gotí Conde Longford agus Cuig Lion agus Abby Lara I Gunde Longford.
Yes, Sleeper.
And the title of their performance is How to Save a Marriage. So again, we call for clear stage and proceed. Time starts now.
Yes, Alphonsus, darling. Oh, you say such sweet things to me, honey bun. No, sweetheart, I must go now. I have clients coming now. No, please don't ring me at work like before. It's very unprofessional. Okay, sweetheart. Bye-bye. Alphonsus.
Will you come on, will you? Get this over and done with. Oh, you're over cow go to calf.
Wait! I need time to look respectable.
Time? It's not time you need. It's planner permission.
Please. Okay, a little weird to start, but we'll carry on. Hello, you must be the Tinkle Dailies.
I'll tinkle daily.
Ivana Tinkle Daly, but he calls me the beast from the east.
Oh, that's charming. Now, tell me, what is it that brought you here today?
Well, there's nothing he wouldn't do for me, and there's nothing I wouldn't do for him. That's how we get along, doing nothing for each other.
Oh, well, do you mind me asking how the two of you met?
Not marriage introductions.
Look, marriage introductions? Really? I've never heard of it. What is it?
Well, it's an organisation that pairs people up for dating. You give them your vital statistics.
Yeah, like your acreage, your single farm payment, and your horsepower.
Aye. And then they match you up with what you might want. I asked for tall, dark, and handsome.
Tell me, Ivana, were you disappointed?
Sure, look at the cut of him. Tall, fair enough. Dark, but only because he hasn't washed the dirt of himself. And handsome, if you don't look at him, I suppose.
How do you think I feel? I asked for a queen, and I got Shrek's Princess Fiona. And you'd live a swamp too if you got away with it.
Oh, I see here. You're both 7 years married.
Yeah, I heard in the magazines, I was reading them, and they were saying about this thing called the 7-year itch.
You not think you'd use that cream the doctor gave you?
Oh, no, that's not the itch your wife is on about, Mr. Daly. She means, why do you think your marriage has lasted 7 years?
Fear. Fear is a big part of paying it.
Fear?
Fear. I told him before we got married he could either stay with me and put up with me, or try and leave and I'd break his legs.
Oh, that's terrible. Oh. Hold on one moment, please. Jane will fix the marriage counselling. Oh, Alphonsus, honeypot. Oh, how are you, darling? Yes, of course I still love you. Of course I love you. No, you hang up. No, I have to go. Okay, bye-bye. Oh, I'm sorry about that. That was my husband, Alphonsus. You know, he worries about me all the time.
I'm a bit worried for you myself.
Oh, no, don't worry about me. I have years of experience. I've saved many the marriage, I'll have you know.
And tell me, what's your husband like?
My Alphonsus, he's an angel.
You're lucky, mine's still alive.
Tell me, Al, do you ever buy Ivana flowers? Or maybe take her out for a drink?
Drink? That's the cause of all our problems.
You mean drink? That's the solution to all my problems.
Oh, no. Drink never solves anything. Don't you realise there are some people who can't work for 5 days straight without taking a drink.
So that's nothing. I can drink for 5 days without working. And I have 3 big companies after me.
Really? Microsoft? Google?
Ha! No. ASB, Board, Gosh, and Sky. If it wasn't for my money, we'd have no house. If it wasn't for my money, we'd have no food. If it wasn't for my money...
I wouldn't have married at all.
Oh, here, Mr. Tinkle-Daly. Tell me, do you ever help Ivana out around the house? Or why is it you felt you had to come here today for guidance?
Well, I caught him at home on the couch one day, swiping left and swiping right on the phone. Won the win with a bingo told me he must be on that dating website, Tinder.
Oh no, not Tinder.
Oh, it was worse. He was on Bull Match, Tinder for animals.
Well, it's his Tinder. But you know rightly I have to match the right bulls with the right cows. I'll never get them calved.
Oh, the holy mortifying shame of it.
Oh, tell me, Ivana, how did you deal now with that situation?
I sent him down for confessions.
Oh, really? Confessions? And tell me, do you think it worked?
Well, everyone was going all right until they ran out of house red.
Ran out of house red? Whatever do you mean?
Drank all the church wine. We're barred now, never to return.
Well, I wouldn't go back anyways. Me stomach was bubbling for 2 days after it.
Oh, my goodness. Well, surely things can't always have been this bad for you. In fairness, Mr. Tinkle-Daly, you did ask Ivana for her hand in marriage.
Oh, I did. I asked for hand in marriage. But I didn't ask for the rest of her.
Oh, goodness. Oh, excuse me there 1 moment. Jane, I'll fix it. Marriage Solutions. Yes, Alphonsus. Yes, of course I love you, darling. Yes, no, I'm with some clients and I have to go. Yes, don't phone me back. Bye-bye.
Another thing about this one. She married me under false pretenses. She already has a husband, and I think he's out there somewhere in the audience.
Really? So it was bigamy?
It was surely bigamy to marry her.
No, it's bigamy to put up with him.
Oh, my goodness. Do you know, it's worse the two of you are getting. Tell me, Mr. Tinkle-Daly, what is it you do for work?
Sure, look, I do a bit of farming, and, well, as it happens, I'm a bit of an entrepreneur. I started at the bottom of this town, and I worked the whole way to the top of my profession.
He's a window cleaner. He starts off at one end of the town and works his way slowly up to the other end.
Well, you know, I guess every job does have its ups and downs.
Are you trying to make fun of me?
No.
Are you making fun of my Al?
Never, never.
Alphonsus, are you deaf? She'll phone you back later.
No. You can't talk to my Alphonsus like that. Don't you know? He's on the anabolics for his sensitivity.
He's on the what?
He's on the anabolics.
He sure sounds like a bit of one.
That's a good one. You'll have to cabin all cows to pay for these phone calls.
Alphonsus, my darling. Oh, no, I'm sorry, Pat. That wasn't me. No, Alphonsus. Don't take that tone of voice with me.
Now, who's getting snotty?
Shut up, you morons. No, Alphonsus, not you. I love you. What? You're leaving me? Now look at here, you sniveling loser. I'm leaving you, and I'm ending our worthless marriage.
You know what? I think this is not for us. We'll just go home.
Aye, sure I can't claim the carer's allowance for you if you're not round the place.
I need you to give me a hand calm the rest of these cows. Come on. Lights off. Let's go.
Clear stage. So please welcome Abby Lara back on the stage to take their bow. Mashiv Abby Lara. At this point, can I ask all of the competitors for Ceol Urlisha to go to the green room, please? Agus don grúpa dearnach sa léir státe tá muidir dul go dtí cuaig a connachta agus chun é ruscamán. Agus Elfin ó chun é ruscamán will perform The Return of the Warrior. So chuir fáilte ribh Elfin. Time starts now.
Is this on?
Yeah, of course it's on.
Oh my God, it's time to start yet.
Time has started.
Oh my God, but our stuff isn't out on the stage yet. We can't go yet. No,
we have to go.
No, it's going to be a disaster.
Go on.
No.
Listen, ladies and gentlemen, what you're about to see here tonight would have been a very well-produced melodrama, but for the fact that our cast has not learned their lines and they don't know what they're doing, because we haven't had time to rehearse because of club football and county football and club training and county training, and then we had club months and then we had county months. And then we had the hens, the stags, the weddings, the dinner dances, and the funerals, and big toes and sore toes, and small toes and bunions and man flu. And then we had cows calving, ewes yeaning, and chicks hatching, and not to mention the fodder crisis. But we've made a decision, and we're here tonight for our Club Elfin and our County Roscommon. And for Connacht! But you might notice that our stage is empty. Because thanks to our good friends, Storm Emma and the Beast from the East, our furniture is in Siberia somewhere. But despite the obvious disasters, the show must go on. And so, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, let me present to you the return of the warrior Elfin style. Gurmagwiv! The scene is set, ladies and gentlemen, for the tender reunion. What do we hear? Not yet. Mike, back. What do we hear? What do we hear? Stephen. What do we hear, mice? Not a bit. It's the tramp of feet up the marble staircase. Well, it would have been had it arrived in time. Our hero, home on leave, pushes his way through the revolving door. He enters and looks around. He is happy he is home and sighs with happiness.
Oh.
He hangs his kit bag and hat on the ancient oak coat stand. He looks around again and sighs once more.
Oh.
But this is not a sigh of happiness. Alas! Clouds gather on his brow. He looks distressed. He hangs his head in woe. Quickly he cheers up though. His little dog Magic runs to greet him. Approaching with slow measured treads is the old butler Higginbottom. They meet, they shake hands. Welcome home, sir. Thank you, Higginbottom. You haven't changed a bit. But where is my wife? In her boudoir, sir. Shall I fetch her? Nay, I will surprise her. I'll ring her on the old house phone. The warrior approaches the telephone, lifts the receiver, inserts his 20 pence, dials the number. No answer. He replaces the receiver, presses button B, and regains his 20 pence. He struts moodily. He is thirsty, and we don't mean maybe. He goes to the antique sideboard and quenches his thirst with a good stiff Coca-Cola. Our hero is hungry. He fancies some toast. While the toast is preparing, our hero thinks back on all the battles he has won. The toast should just about be ready. Ping! He calls his wife. Where the devil are you, you enchanting witch? For here is your husband, home from the wars. There's no sign of her. To pass the time, the warrior tunes in the radio. Diddly-eye-die-die, diddly-eye-die-die, diddly-eye. And here we are in Croke Park on All-Ireland Football Day, and the old rivals, Dublin and Mayo, are at it again. With 30 seconds left on the clock here, it's all square in Croke Park. Mayo goalkeeper David Clark kicks out the ball high. It's picked beautifully out of the sky by Sligo Tom. Tom Parson has the ball. He turns and delivers a beautiful kick into Andy Moran of Roscommon. Andy puts his boot to the ball. It's going over. Is it going to be Mayo? Enough of that. He turns off the radio and goes to the fire and pokes it. He stretches, he yawns, and he sits on the settee. He looks around impatiently. Damn it, wife, where are you? Can't you see the old man is getting impatient? Aha! Here she is, tripping lightly across the floor. She's been out. She wipes her feet on the mat. Oh, she spots our hero and quickly runs back to the wardrobe, putting on something more appropriate. Darling, I am home, says our hero. I noticed, she replies. They embrace passionately and they sit on the settee. She looks coy. She has a secret, bless her little heart. Tell me. Oh, I can't. Oh, go on, please tell me. Oh, no. Oh, yes. Oh, no. Oh, go on and tell him, you coward. She trips lightly off the stage. Our hero preens himself. He's been waiting for this moment for a long time, and who'd blame him? He crosses to the armchair and sits. The little woman returns, bearing her secret. Ah, carefully she places her precious bundle in the cradle. Cradle. Where's the there? Ah, there's the cradle. Our hero is delighted. At last he is a proud father. But wait. Why the black look? Why is he munching his nails in rage?
That's the point. He hasn't been home in 2 years, but I've been here the whole time.
Clear stage. Time up. Elfin, please take your bow.
Má sé bheith fin, míle buíochas. Agus sin deara leis an gomórtas léirú státe, buíochas le dia. Now, moving on to the Ceol Uirlishe, and our multor for Ceol Uirlishe is Aidan Shannon. We'll proceed. Our multor for Ceol Uirlishe is Aidan Shannon ó Conde Roscommon. And don Ceol Uirlishe tá muidig tosú I guaige ola le Conde an Cávan. Nobody's all in from Cavan. And the Mullahoran Club. And Mullahoran will play Mike McGoldrick's Jig and the Missing Time Reel and Garrett Barry's. So Curgy Fáilte Riv, Mullahoran. míle buchas. Agus inis tá muid bog ar go dtí Cúige Lion, agus go dtí Conde Lochgarman, agus Banno Ballymitty. And Banno Ballymitty will play Jig Gan Anam and the Raheen Reel and the Trip to Cullenstown. So Curraghy Fáilte Riv Banno Ballymitty. má sibh banú Ballymitty. Anis bog me deráid go dtí cuaig a connachta agus go dtí condahuío. Agus ag Shenamar son condahuío tá Ahamor, and Ahamor will play The Fish and Dolphin, Flagstone of Memories and Stensons. So Curgi Falchavor Riv Ahamor. Mashiv Ahamor. Anish Bugmajarai Gaji Kuigamuan Agus Okchak Okunda Kiri Tha Fasa. Just before Fasa begin to play, can I call on the competitors for ring cassette and ask them to go to the green room, please? So Fasa are going to play The Wandering Minstrel, The Hare's Paw and The Tapa's Reel. Skurgi Falchvor Riff Fasa. Míle buíochas fasa. So sin deire leis an gomor is ceol uirlaise and by muidig bug araig dí rinca set I gceann nóméid. Just while the stage is being cleared and the rinca set is being prepared, can I draw your attention to page 24 of your booklet where you will see the information around the Introduction to Score book which has been prepared and is being sent to every club in the country to encourage them to get involved in SCORE and to give them guidance as regards how to get involved with SCORE, because next year is the 50th anniversary of SCORE and there is hope for even better participation next year. Obviously we're speaking to the converted here at the moment. So, ag bugga raigadi and rinca set, and again can I ask everyone to get back into their seats and we'll continue. Tamadig tosu I guiga lion, I gunna na hirvi, lesh na dunta. So more dancers from Nadunta on stage at this point in the day, and they're going to dance the Roscommon Lancers set. So Curgi Fáilteamór Riv Nadunta. Mashev Nadunta. Just a reminder that our musicians for today are Brona Graham on the banjo from Antrim and Stephen and Tom Doherty from Cundameo. And our judge for this competition is Thomas Close o Cunda Gura Cuma, so Mila Buekas Thomas. Agus in Cade Grúpa Ellis sa Comórtas Rinca Set no Achawar o Cundaweo. Agus ar son Cuiga Connachta by Achawar ag Rinca the Plain Set. So Curgi Falchavor Riv Achawar. míle buchas a mór. Anis bog mit rai godi cúg a múan, agus godi Tiberdoran, agus Tamid dal rash godi Newcastle I gun the Hiberdoran, I gur nís mó rinca cuma, and just like the Downs are back again dancing in the rinca set as well as the rinca forna, and Newcastle will dance for us the Cavan Reel set. So Curgi Falchabor Riv Newcastle. míle buchas Newcastle. Agus táid dréirte go dtí an grúpa dearnach sa comórta seo agus an grúpa dearnach den lániu agus tagann siad ó Ulla agus tagann siad ó Cundan Cábhain and Crusherla from County Cavan will dance the first and sixth figure of the plain set. So Curraghy Fáilte Riv Crusherla. Mashev Krushala. Just a reminder that we did have a key handed in. As I said, it was a car key that was found in the toilets. And doing my best FBI work here, I'm presuming it's somebody fairly local because the silver key attached to it was cut in Barton Smith. So somebody, just have a check. You probably haven't realised you've lost your car keys yet, but you will. So just to have a check, and also if the owner of the sum of money that was found wants to contact the main reception desk now, you can do that also. At this point, I'm going to call on Catherine Gallagher to come forward so that we can do the raffle. So just to list the prizes, it's on page 26 of your booklet. First prize, 2 nights B&B and 1 evening meal sponsored by the Croke Park Hotel and a family ticket for the GA Museum and the Skyline Tour. Second prize is 2 nights B&B and an evening meal, compliments of the Clayton Hotel. Third prize is an air fryer sponsored by Expert Electric. Fourth prize is a NutriBullet sponsored by DBA Publications. Fifth prize is a gents shirt sponsored by EJ's Menswear. Sixth prize is a Sligo football kit, and seventh prize is a football sponsored by Paul Taylor. So I'll call out the name of the name on the ticket stub, and you can go to reception to claim your prize. So first prize was second round. First prize is Margaret Regan from Elphin. Second prize is the Clare Gang. There's a phone number attached to that one. That ticket from the Clare Gang is number 445. Third prize is Anya Hart, ticket number 572. Fourth prize is ticket number 645, and the phone number is difficult to read, so if it's yours, please make your way to the main reception. Fifth prize is Tommy Smith from Killycannon, Cavan, ticket number 459. Sixth prize is Malachy Mooney, number 643. That's it, only 7. And seventh prize is Lawrence Kelly from Carrickmore, County Tyrone, number 749. And at this point, can I call on Anton McGowan, Cahirlach, Cushta Score Nashunta, Osfela Chapter Northern Anton Boalesh, Kupla Focal Ara, Mila Buekas. Also, I still have the car keys, just a reminder. Probably is. Talk to Dab Laura in the audience.
Well, Accordia, just cúpla focal gar on buíochas le gháil cuidhhaid daoine as ochtan ihe iontoch de ceol agus óránaíocht dausa crack is maireacht a bhí agin an seo an ocht. We've had a great night entertainment from all of the people on stage, and no matter who wins, we've really had a great night's entertainment, and it's great to be here. I want to thank all the competitors for the talents that they shared with us tonight. And I want to thank you, the supporters, for coming and being here to support them. I know many of you will be mentors from the clubs who helped them along. But the important thing is here that you're here tonight to cheer for them. That's important, and give them the support. Cúpla buíochas chomai bhfuilm buíochas a gháil leis an Cushta Náisiúnta na daoine go léir atá ag obair an seo an ocht. The backstage crew outside, the Cushta Náisiúnta, the members of the Cushta Náisiúnta, the members of Connacht Score who are working here, Sligoch Score and Sligoch Common Lua Class Scale, all the stewards that they provided. And by all of that, I mean all of the cooperation that they gave to us in organising and developing this event. Orm buíochas chomai the Institute Technoliacha an seo i Sligoch. The great cooperation that we got from the staff here in the Institute, from AVA on sound and TG Caharta, Kate Falcherov. We are delighted to have you, and it's been streamed live tonight, and there will be programmes again. We had programmes from Score na Nóg, and we had a massive response to the streaming of Score na Nóg on TG Cahar, which was watched by thousands and thousands around the world, and we got feedback on that. Orm buíochas the Catty de Burka as up don job iontoch mar Banachí an seo an ocht. Sean Malone, who done a great job today as quizmaster in the Trána Gceist, and our Pógartas de Kiri a Wui Trána Gceist in you. Agus our Muiachos dus na Multóri. There are some of the competitions tonight where the Multóri have a tough job. It's not at all the clear cut who you might pick, so we're glad that the job is with ye and not with us. I have been asked to pass on to you from the backstage crew that they just want to say that the competitors this year, they were blown away by them, by the friendliness and the cooperation that they got from all the competitors backstage. And the backstage people just asked me to say that to you tonight. We've come to the end of the term of this Cushta Náisiúnta, and I just want to say that 3 years ago when we came in, one of the things we tried to do was to increase participation in score, and that was the main focus of our work over the last 3 years. And when we came in, we tried to get the provinces to develop an action plan whereby they might increase participation. And Connacht and Ulster got in on that straight away, and Leinster followed very quickly. And I'm very happy to say that after the 3 years, we are seeing an increase in the number of clubs participating and the number of acts participating on stage of the order of 30%. So that's what we have increased in 3 years. And that's down to you. We have increases also in the Score Sinsear, both in the number of clubs participating and in the number of acts. That is up, but we are cautious about that because within those figures where we have increases in Score Sinsear, for instance, Leinster has developed and increased enormously in the last year. They were coming from a low base, but the increases are significant. But we are cautious within that, in that while we had great increases last year in Ulster and Connacht, there is a slight fallback this year. So that's something that the new Cuiste will probably pay attention to. And we do know that it is much, much harder to get participation in Score Sinsear than in Score Nanog. Young people are quite willing to compete. Older people are not quite so willing to do it. So, but the other thing we detected particularly in Score Nanog, is the rise in standard that we have experienced over the last couple of years. There's a definite rise in the standards that we have. But in all of those figures, just sometimes useless figures, sometimes they're great, but let's say that in this year, in 2017-18, 376 clubs took part in Score. 1,448 acts were staged across the 3 provinces, and 411 teams competed in the quiz across the 3 provinces also. That's a major, major participation and involvement of Common Luat class scale. And when we say all these things, and when we say we want to get more participation, we say that this is down to you in the clubs, not us. It's down to you in the clubs, because it's on the ground that the work has to be done. And oftentimes, I know, and you know, in a club, it is one person who will get the thing going. One person makes the difference. They do it. And that's what makes the difference. This is my final time with you. We'll have a session. I want to say all the musicians and dancers, we had a great session of music last night outside. When you go back to the hotel, if you're going back, just start the music. Just get it going tonight. Have a good night. This is what enjoyment of our music and dancing is about. We have competitions and we have winners, but at the end of the day, if we don't enjoy it, we don't need to have it. So, I have one other little task, as I say. Could I have the members of Cuiste Náisiúnta to the stage, including Siobhan Ní Cúna? Could we have you on stage, please? Because this is my, as I say, my last time. We have a new Cuiste coming in, and we hope that the work will continue. But if we can have the members up. Incidentally, I can introduce to you that Aidan O'Brien from Connacht, from Claremorris, will be the new Cathaoirleach of Cuiste Score Náisiúnta for the next 3 years. Think about Aidan. We just waited till now when we would have a crowd of Score people together, because recently Siobhan Ní Cúna retired from Croke Park after many years of work there. And she has been honoured in Croke Park, but we wanted to do it here among the Score people at Score Sinsear, at the Score All Ireland. And we have a little presentation to make to Siobhan for all your work your cooperation, the work that you've done in keeping us right as a Coiste over the last couple of years. And it is as a result of Siobhan's work that SCORE is the well-oiled machine that it is today. So we have a little presentation. Now, I haven't seen this piece, and of course Joan hasn't anyway, but I haven't seen this, but I just can say that it's a specially handcrafted piece of jewellery with the word SCORE written on it.
Thank you.
There you go. Yeah.
Ní ben cainte mise ní. Just bhrealum buchas ó crí gáil le buile Christe, vinnas anna hennem as me raibh se mar Rooney for us anna quid coward. I want to thank the committee. They were very helpful. They steered me in the right direction. And it wasn't easy sometimes. But anyway, got a míle maith agah.
Also now a little presentation to Cathy De Burca for her work as Banachie tonight. Agus Homai presentation beag Homai to Sean and Whale Owen, who did a great job today, as I said, in Thronigeist.
Gurv Margaret Anton. Anish irig me Sean O'Horan Uachtar Cumann Útlas Gael tacht an Ordan I gur cúpla focail cuma le hog.
A céirlach scór agus a gcuine uisle, tá an áras sorm bheith an seo aniu, the Comórtas scór síonseir. Bhuain mé an taitneamh as an talána bhí an stáite agus gaim treslú gach imirthóir a bhí at lach apart aniu. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a great pleasure for me to be here as President of the GAA to recognise the great work and the celebration of our Irish culture here in our scór finals today. I'd like to thank our Banantee, Katie Butler, for her work, and also Connacht and Sligo committees for the work that they did. But we wouldn't be here today with a finals competition without an awful lot of work going on throughout the country in all the counties and within the provincial committees. And for that, I'd like to thank all those people who organised the respective competitions in those areas, but also the people in the clubs more particularly, for actually putting the training and the effort in to get teams together to partake in our competitions. Today, as Anton said, is the end for him as chairman of the National Scór Committee, and I'd just like to thank Anton for the work that he has done over the last 3 years in his leadership of that committee. it's often said it's not what you do when you're in a job, but the legacy you leave behind. And I think Anton and his committee have left a great legacy behind. And I think Score, both at senior and Score and Oak level, is in a much stronger position now than it was 3 years ago. So for that and for all the work that that committee working with Anton did, Muile Buíochas is their son coming Luke Lasquel. I'd also like to associate with the words used by Anton in connection with Joan Cooney. Joan has given 39 years service to the GAA, and in more recent times, Score was one of her key areas, and she has done a fantastic job in helping Score, and such is the job she did. She's not actually leaving us. I've appointed Joan to the Score committee for the next 3 years, so it's a reflection on the work and her commitment to this part of our organisation. So Joan, thanks very much for all you've done. It's much appreciated. And I suppose when you see an event like this working so seamlessly, it comes down to an awful lot of people who are quietly working in the background. The stewards who have been around doing the teas, doing the guidance to the seats and all like that. So to those unsung heroes that are here today, thanks very much. But also, there's been 1 or 2 people in and out, like little rabbits or ferrets, whatever you want to say it, fixing mics and getting it all sorted on the stage. So to the backroom team that worked here today, seamlessly getting every act on the stage and getting them mic'd up, well done, and Muile Buíochas. And in conclusion, I'd just like to wish Aidan Brennan, a man from these neck of the woods who is taking over from Anton as Cathaoirleach Christian Náisiúnta to Score, and to his new committee. And I'm quite sure with the passion and commitment that those people have given to Score throughout the country in the last few years, Score is going upwards and onwards. Gurmil Mahagwif.
Gurmahagat John. I'm just going to call on the winners of the Long Service Awards and ask them to come forward at this point, please. And can anyone who's coming onto the stage come from the left-hand side, please? So the awards are going to Okuiga Connachta Okundawio, Tomás de Rosta. Okuiga Lion, agus Okunda Nahirvi, Rose Longworth. Okuiga Muan, agus Port Lariga, Muirish O'Halacon. Agus Okuiga Ola O'Ardvaca, Padraig O'Meagly. Could I also ask the official photographer to come forward, please? Okay, the moment everyone's been waiting for. And just before I call out the results, can I just thank Ailish and Paula and Catherine, who were fantastic help behind the scenes, and I wouldn't have managed to survive up here without them. So Mila Buyakas to the Colony. Lights. House lights, please. And again, can I ask the winning teams to come from my left onto the stage, please? So just to announce, first of all, the Trána Gceist winners, you probably heard those already, and they were presented with their medals earlier. In third place, bhí Limnach sa Dara Áit bhí Fáile agus sí na búteoirí ná Kiri. So, na búteoirí sa comórtas Rinca Fórna, Táiméidigh tosú I Guaga Ulla Dira Washi Grahams. Agus ag boga a raigidí a ráníocht éanar, agus sí an búteoir ná Dervla ní Scalán ó Huireoin. Agus inis go dtí Aibhriseoireacht Scéalaíocht agus sé an búteoir ná Brendan McGowan ó Chunda na Mí. for vengeance. Agus an cumortas ballad grúpa, agus tagan na búteoirí ó Réine Carbra chun de Kirkig. Agus a raigudí an léirú. Agus siad na búteoirí ná Fianna Kilvíide chun de Limní. think they're happy enough having won that. So, bugam jirai gadi kiol urlisha. Agus tagan na búteoirí ó Cuaige Connacht Ahawar Mayo. Agus an cean dearnach. Agus tá muid ag fannacht I Cuaige Connacht Ahawar Mayo.